will be at war again, just when humanity most needs to come together. Did the letter say anything else?
Only that if I wish to know more, we must meet in person. And that the Veil can arrange a meeting.
If nothing else, you can be certain it ain't a trap.
Famous last words. I'm coming with you.
As am I.
Thank you. Both of you. And Otto?
Yeah. I'll keep an eye on things here. Didn't fancy coming anyway.
Thank you. I shall leave the Invincible in your capable hands.
Clive,
What's this?
A chest of all the medicines you're ever likely to need. Seeing as you're so reluctant to come to the infirmary, I thought you might as well take a part of the infirmary with you.
I'm sure it will be very helpful indeed. And Taya, try not to work too hard.
And work Rodrigue all the harder, you mean? He's a quick study, but he's got a long way to go yet. I'll take that particular piece of advice when you heed it yourself, thank you very much. Besides, who else is going to see that your brother takes his medicine?
Who indeed?
The garrison said they'd take another 100 in the pitch box.
To the Veil it is then.
looks like you've got a thirst.
But enough talk.
How about we retire to the Veil?
Fancy a peek behind the veil, my lord?
I'm looking for a Layla.
You found one. So, will your friends be joining in? Or just watching?
We're not here for your services. We simply want to talk.
What you do with your time is up to you. The price is still the same.
We're here about the letter.
Oh, sorry. I suppose you'll be wanting to know who wrote it then.
Among other things.
Look, I'm just the messenger here. there's only so much I can tell you.
Specifically?
A location, north of town, on the shore of Ffxvi. There you'll find a tent and the woman who can answer your questions.
And that's all? Nothing else?
Actually, one thing. There's more than flowers in the meadows these days. So keep that sword of yours to hand.
Does anyone else think it's strange that this woman should prefer to keep to the outskirts of town?
What if she realizes the value of the information she's party to?
And the danger it puts her in.
Haven't seen any of those beastly blue-eyed things.
Do be careful.
I will.
Good girl.
Fly, Ambrosia.
The tent is where Layla said it would be.
Yes, but who awaits us inside?
It's empty. Why am I not surprised? The boat. No prizes for guessing who that belongs to.
Search. What am I searching?
The embers are still warm.
So you're Sid.
I suppose I must be. Which means you have me at a disadvantage.
Apologies. I am Shula, tributary of Mysidia, final haven of the Moats of Water.
The moats of water.
The very tribe into which it was believed Leviathan's dominant was born. A people notable for their sapphire eyes and ivory hair. Yes, that would be impossible, since the tribe famously...
Vanished. Was exterminated. Despite the best efforts of both church and state, we are still very much alive. Though we've managed to keep that fact hidden from good Krieger's faithful for over a century.
Along with Leviathan's dominant.
That wave out there. What do you know of it?
The surge. Only that it's been there a long time.
Since the fall of Drake's Eye almost a century ago. Some claim the two are connected, but none can speak with any certainty.
So in other words, you know nothing.
Not
That I'll hold it against you. The wave was raised by Leviathan in an act of rage. Moments before the waters were stayed, and the icon and its dominant bound within.
And you want us to...
Rescue him. Yes. You see, a little bird told me about a certain outlaw with a singular knack for putting unruly dominants in their place. And ours is about as unruly as they get. For years, we've searched for someone who could hold their own against an icon. Someone just like you. So what do you say? Will you help us?
What exactly did your dominant do to warrant this punishment?
What did he do? He committed the greatest crime one of his kind can. He was born. But he deserves a better fate than the one my people forced upon him. He deserves to be free.
As do we all. Very well. Far-fetched though your tale may seem, something tells me you speak in earnest. So we will do what we can for your dominant. But first, you will tell us everything you know about him and the means of his imprisonment.
I can do better than that.
Take us there?
I can show you. Care to take a trip across the bay? My people await you there.
Lead the way.
We're not actually going to be on the boat. Oh. Fancy that.
All right, you might want to hold on to something. We're coming up on the wall, and passing through can take a bit of getting used to.
I don't see any wall.
Of course you don't. That's the point. It's a glamour woven by our ancestors to keep our village hidden from prying eyes. But don't take my word for it. Watch.
That was worse than a slug of Bacchus wine.
Clive, the sky.
It's blue, but how is that possible?
You do know what a glamour is, don't you? Ours just happens to work both ways, and a good thing too. I wouldn't fancy staring at those sickly clouds every day. And that concludes our little voyage. We're here. It's a long slog to the village, and a hard one. I hope you're up for a climb. What? You didn't think we'd arrived, did you? The village isn't up here. It's on the other side of the mountain.
Of course it is.
Watch yourself, Sid. This path can be treacherous. If not for the sheer drop, then for the beasts who prowl it.
We changed
Thank you
that.
for the warning. And please, call me Clive. Sid is an alias.
You will be pleased to learn, Lady Sheila, that I have no such aliases.
Is that so, Lord Margrace?
It's all the same to me.
I don't know if these were enemies.
Pick up our scent.
Stand back. We'll handle this.
Oh, will you now? Shall I keep my axe and spells to myself?
Second stun. Wait, y'all are annoying.
Earlier you mentioned spells, yet I see you carry no crystals.
Since when did a bearer ever need crystals?
But then, where is your brand?
Waiting for me in Sunbreck, if I ever get careless.
Then it's in for a long wait.
We're almost at the summit. From there, you'll have a better view of our home. Few have ever set eyes on what I'm about to show you. Just so you know.
This is not what I expected.
Welcome, my friends, to Mysidia.
It's been a long time since I saw the North looking so
Alive. How
I'm
is-
sure you have plenty of questions, but it's been a long journey, and I expect we could all do with a rest. Our humble village is only a short way from here, if you'd care to accompany me. Let's get ourselves in front of a fire, and I'll tell you everything you need to know.
It's beautiful, Shula.
And we aim to keep it that way.
those stones glowing?
That's one of the cairns which maintain the glamour. Steer well clear.
If the surge was an act of rage,
One wonders what prompted it.
could we not have spared ourselves the mountain crossing by landing further north?
In clear view of the bay?
On evening tides.
Does morning's light return?
Open the gates! The tributary is home!
Outsiders? Well, I never.
Look at the size of that dog.
All right now, back to your duties. You'll have to forgive my people their curiosity. We don't get many visitors. Or any, truth be told.
Then we are honored to be the first.
This is quite extraordinary. Like stepping into another world.
So do you believe me now?
You've made it difficult not to, my lady. But how did your people chance to settle here in the north? Unless I am much mistaken, the moats of water long called the coasts of Southern Ash their home. Until Drake's Horn fell and the Blight forced them ever inland, where...
We met our doom, along with our dominant. I see you've read the Gregorian Church's account, but perhaps you'd like to hear ours. That building over there is the Witten Hall. It's where my people gather to discuss matters of import. We can speak more inside, once the place is ready to receive you. It shouldn't take long, but you're welcome to explore the village while I see to things.
Thank you. We'll do just that.
That'll be them then.
Look! That one's got a black king.
Do you think he's the leader?
Intruders! We must flee.
No.
Yes, nicely.
So what do you think of our little haven in the woods? It might not have all the comforts of a southern settlement, but at least it's ours.
And there's a lot to be said for that. It can't have been easy keeping this place a secret.
Not easy, no. We've dedicated our lives to maintaining the glamour that conceals us. Us and Walyas.
This man, Walyas, is he Leviathan's dominant?
That's right. Though he's no man, Walyas is still a baby.
A baby?
Forgive me, but you said that the Dominant and his icon were bound inside the Surge almost a century ago. That would surely make him older still.
It would, if he'd been allowed to age. But the spell robbed the poor bairn of even that.
I'm sorry?
Walyas was the son of my great-grandfather. Leviathan awoke within him almost immediately. But instead of allowing the lad to live out his life as a valued member of the community, my ancestors sought to put his power to other uses. Sadly for them, the icons sensed their treachery and summoned a wave so large it would have swallowed the entire village if my ancestors hadn't stopped him.
Then it is not the Surge that binds the child, but time itself.
Yes.
Forgive me. I'm still not sure I understand.
I'm not surprised. It isn't the easiest thing to explain. Which is why it might be better if I took you to see him. Show you exactly what he has to endure.
That is why we came.
Then let us be off. There's a road that leads north from the village. It'll take us right into the Surge.
Are you bound for the Wave, tributary?
We are, Delina. Have you spread the word about our guests?
I have. Everyone knows to treat them as family.
You shouldn't have any trouble now, but just in case, I would have you accept this symbol of our people.
That's very kind. I look forward to meeting the family.
The feeling's mutual.
Should the tributary be indisposed, feel free to ask me any questions you might have regarding the village, and I'll do my best to answer.
Thank you. We will.
Then I bid you good tide.
Our storehouse lies across the bridge. If you're short of supplies, you may find what you need there. Though we will have to ask you for recompense, poor as we are.
Sid! You are Sid, aren't you? The man that... I wonder if you could help...
With what exactly?
Oh, nothing too troublesome. Do you know my husband, Pavart? He's the village smith, among other things. He's a craftsman, you see, and he's been fretting about running low on the flowers he uses for dye.
Would this...
Perhaps, but it can't, for reasons... Please, I know it sounds daft, but I'd be ever...
Which flowers?
The sweet little blue ones that grow around the fount. Elder's blessings, they're called. We use them to dye our fabrics so we always feel close to water like that. You don't need to go to the trouble of picking them yourself, though. Just speak to the field hands and ask them to share their harvest with you.
Two basket... Excuse me. Pavard's wife tasked me with collecting some.
Ah. Werder wants you to bless her better half with the fruits of our... Go on, then. Give the old fool some...
I'm sorry.
Ah, don't worry. An old fool Pavard may be. But if you come bearing gift...
Ah.
Thank you. Forgive my presumptuousness, but the smith's wife has asked me to make her husband a present of some elder's blessings. 2 basketfuls, to be precise.
Well, I have one, if that's any help.
It is. I'm much obliged. They really are beautiful.
Aren't they just? Though that's not the only reason they have a special place in our hearts. Legend has it that when our people fled from Ash, the tributary of the Time took some seeds with them. And as they wandered high and low across the Twins, he'd plant them wherever they stopped for water. Every elder since has done the same. So when we finally put down roots here in Mysidia, the flowers did too.
Well, that's 2 basketfuls. Time to visit Pavard.
What do you want?
Your wife asked me to bring you these...
That woman. Come out. I know you're there.
Who? Me? I'm sorry. It's just my husband can be a bit standoffish at times. What with you being a swordsman like and him being the only smith in the village.
The only reason he couldn't turn to me for help is because I had my hands full with all the orders you lot done. I'm pretty much done with them now, though. But, for the record, the tributary said that we were to lend you outsiders our aid, and that's exactly what I was planning to do. Still, here we are. Acquainted. So, if there's out you need, just bring us the material.
All right.
All right, then. And tar for the flowers.
You use them for dyeing, I hear.
Aye. Crush the petal. We use it to stain the cloth for our tunics and pennons.
As modes of water.
That's right. The pattern too was left by the Ceaseless Rill, it's called. It symbolises the river of our tribe. And no matter how that river has ebbed and flowed, changed its course. I should get back to...
I will.
Wasn't it?
Yes? Done. that do you? Till next time, then.
Oh, I'll have her hide when she gets... Oh, sorry, if you're after something from the storehouse, it's a... She will have to charge you for the goods, though. Not that would fleece you or anything.
I understand.
Saying that, she might not be able to get...
Ah, right.
She's got her hands full with the inventory, you see. It should have been my daughter's job, really, but the heavens only know whether...
If you'd like me to keep an eye out...
Oh, no. Could I?
Of course not. She won't have got...
I hope not. But I've scoured the entire village for her and come up empty-handed. Can't help thinking she might have gone on and... Aye, that she is. Can't get her to sit still. Especially once she heard you lot... No, if she wanted to watch you arrive, she'd have made for the low gate where you first came in. The guard there might have spotted her.
All right.
Hear me, mine ancestors.
Excuse me. You haven't seen the storekeeper's daughter, have you?
Little Ruka? I have, as it happens. She went out through the gate not long ago.
Out of the village? Alone?
Aye, she does it all the time. There's a path off to the left which leads down to the river. Nice little spot, that. And safe as you like. The beasts of the mountain don't dare come so close to the village. That's where she'll be. Go and have a look if you don't believe me.
I will. This must be the path.
They're not here either. It's you! I've been looking everywhere for you.
You must be Ruka.
You know my name? Can you lot read minds?
Your father asked me to keep an eye out for you. You left without telling him where you were going.
But I went to look for you.
Well, now you found me. What do you say we...
All right. And on the way home, you can tell me all about the...
Thank you for bringing her home.
Oh, no.
Daddy, did you know that there are villages 10 times as big as cities, they call them? And in these cities, they have...
Oh, you can tell me all about the outside world later, Sweet Pea. Now go and help your mum.
Oh.
Thanks for putting up one of the big ones, being. What are the people beyond the wall like?
Are we the only ones she's ever...
That you are. The rest of the world can't know we're here. So we'll have to be... A few of us might make the occasional trip to shore for supplies, but for the most part...
Yes. You built on top of...
Well, they're made for fine foundations. They're masons. That's one thing we don't have to worry about. Medicines, metals for tool making, anything like that. We have to dress up as travelling merchants and make a trip to the outside. And... Aye. And now Ruka's back. My wife should be... So please, do make good use of our stores. Because...
Thanks for bringing me daughter back. I don't grudge her looking for adventure, but she's got to pull her weight like the rest anyway. Now we've got the inventory done, I can attend to my own tasks. Like this. This is all we have. Here you are. Well, if you're sure you need it. I'll be here.
What do you think the tributary season is?
Yes?
How long do you think this bridge has been standing here?
Suddenly, there were curves everywhere.
Did you hear that, girl?
There's a pair of ships just up ahead.
Ships? But are we not still leagues from the shore?
Careful. The quickest route to the surge is due east, past the second galley.
Shula, how did these ships come to be here?
What do you imagine happens when an icon of water gets angry?
Really, brother, did you have to ask?
Tongarees. Foul creatures consumed by their hatred for everyone and everything.
Everything save sharp knives, it seems.
I can smell the sea.
It's not far now.
How will we reach the surge?
We'll follow the coastline north. There's a bridge that'll take us across to the cape.
might I inquire about the Ray of Light?
It's what prevents the surge from being reclaimed by the sea. And Dwalius by his people.
You said before that the child is bound within the surge. But you've yet to tell us how we're meant to reach him. I trust we won't have to hold our breath.
No. The surge wraps around the cape without engulfing it. If we continue to its tip, there is a path down to the seabed. And the wave's origin.
All right. It won't be the first dominant we've met at the bottom of the ocean.
It's not much further now.
The path seems well kept. Do you and the villagers often come this way?
Only me. Once every new moon without fail. It is my duty both as village elder and Dwalius's descendant.
But surely no one blames you for what happened. Why should you bear the responsibility alone?
You misunderstand. I do it because I want to. To show him that he isn't alone, and that there are still some of us who would see an end to his suffering. Suffering you will soon witness with your own eyes. The forest grows quickly here. Left unattended, the path would be reclaimed in a matter of moons.
Does the light point the way to the child?
It does indeed.
Look at all the droplets of water suspended in midair.
Where they have remained untouched by time for 80 summers.
It's not right.
No. It's not.
There. Up ahead. Down in the center. Follow me.
He's still primed.
I'll never forget my first priming. The fear, I was old enough to understand what was happening. One can only imagine how this poor child felt.
He is the victim of an unforgivable sin, committed by people who saw him as nothing but a means to an end. He must be so frightened.
Then I'll ease his burden.
You don't mean?
I'm not going to hurt him. Contrary to the tales, I don't go around killing dominants for no reason. What if I told you there was a way to remove Wallace's icon?
I tell you, you were a madman.
It's hard to believe, I know. But it can be done. Though, it isn't without its risks. Part of the icon remains no matter what.
So, it might still come to violence.
I don't know. It depends on the dominant. I've seen things end well, and I've seen things spiral out of control. But I do know one thing. If we turn our backs on this child, there will be no end to his suffering. And I think that a worse fate than the alternative. Don't you?
Very well. Do what you must. And whatever happens, I will own the consequences.
Don't be afraid, little one. Let me bear the weight. Hush now. It's going to be all right.
Is it done?
I think so. I can feel the icon inside me. But something's wrong. He wasn't just afraid. He was angry. All right. Let's see what you've given me.
formidable adversary nonetheless.
Oh, look. It has friends. Is everyone all right?
He seems calmer now.
You said Walius was frozen in time. But he knew we were here. How?
I don't know. He's never reacted to anything or anyone. Until now.
The child has been bound for nigh on a century. If he has been conscious from the first, we must remove the seal at once.
It's not that simple. I wish it were, but... there's more to this tale. It would be better if I explained back at the village.
I see. Then let's return before it gets dark.
I'm sorry, Walius. I will make this right. So, part of Leviathan is inside you now, is it? Does it hurt?
No. Not anymore, anyway.
Good. Because I still have need of your strength. If you want to know the rest, we should head to the Witten Hall.
Of course.
Doctor!
To understand the spell which binds Walyas, you must first know who we are, and what drove my forebears to commit such an atrocity. This tapestry is our story, the one that brought us here. After generations of wandering, my people sought refuge in northeastern Storm, some 170 years ago. But in exchange for our safety, the Gregorian Church demanded we renounce our faith, and branded us heretics when we could not.
To be exterminated, as a lesson to others.
And so was it chronicled in the Imperial histories, for anything less would have made the Church seem weak. Yet a handful survived. The few who did fled north and west, and in doing so discovered two things that would forever shape our fates. The first was an old legend, revealing how to make your very own Mother Crystal.
I've heard that one before.
Yes.
Oh god damn it!
However false. Our ancestors convinced themselves that they could recreate the divine if they could only find a strong enough heart. A living being capable of channeling torrents of ether. And the heavens provided.
A dominant. Well, yes.
They'd stumbled across a nostrum in an ancient ruin, which they believed could provoke a sudden outpouring of a creature's ether. They meant to enrage his icon. Leviathan would have destroyed everything, had our people not made their second important discovery. A means to stop time itself.
Where did they find that? The Northerners had no such magics, or they would have used them.
When our ancestors first arrived, the land was uninhabited, save for an old witch who lived on the highest peak. Her body had been consumed by the curse, a cruel payment for her long years of service to the Northern Thanes. So desperate were they to prevent the fall of Drake's Eye, they'd forced her to devise a spell to stop time.
But Drake's Eye did fall.
It did. When she finally perfected the necessary magics, it was already too late. As punishment for her failure, the Thanes exiled her to this forsaken place to live out the few days she had left. Knowing her suffering, our ancestors cared for her as best they could, and in return, she gifted them her spell. That even though she should die, her legacy might live on. So armed with both the knowledge of the ancients and the secrets of time, our ancestors settled upon an ambitious plan. They would create a new Mother Crystal, and enchant it that it might endure for all eternity. Thus would our people's wandering, our suffering, finally end, and prosperity visit us once more. And all it would require was the sacrifice of a single child. A small price to pay, or so they believed.
Another victim of man's blind reliance on the Mother Crystals. So we know the seal source. How do we break it and restore the flow of time?
Do you recall the Dome of Light on top of the cliffs to the west? Inside lie the ruins of an old temple. It was there that the witch built the Ver, a conduit of sorts that channels her remaining ether into the surge. But it's been a long time since anyone set foot in the place. And now, there are others who claim it as their own.
Then we shall go prepared for a fight. That said, it may be best if one of us stays behind.
You think the village could be in danger?
We saw the ether flow from Wallius in all directions, but only encountered a single familiar. There will be more. And should even one make its way here, I doubt the walls could hold it back for long.
Then I shall stay. The Phoenix will see your people safe, tributary.
You have my thanks.
Very well. We should depart at once. I fear time may no longer be a luxury we can afford.
The Ver is not easy to find. We must first head north, and then west, deeper into the forest.
Oh, I never should have let him go alone. Ty, take me, what am I gonna do? You! Shula said you were a force to be reckoned with, are you? Hey? Oh, so I'm worried about a friend of mine. He went into the forest and would you help me find him?
I can try. Tell me what I...
Of course. You know about the glamour our ancestors cast.
Shula told us about.
Right. So you know the cairns we used to maintain the spell? Well, if it weren't for the likes of us, it would have faded.
So your friend went into the...
Aye, that's right. He said he was going down to Father's. There are 2 cairns out that way, one by the banks of the Swift Run, and another near the Winged Wains. The, ships.
All right.
His name's Nassef. He's about my height, but clean-shaven. If you could track him down and see that he's come...
Very well. One cairn by the ships, another by the river. Better get moving.
Hail, stranger. Are you a rider?
I am.
Oh, I can smell it on you. And not just any stables. Something tells me you've never been one to ride half-starved birds with Chingol. And if I had a guess, I'd say your bird eats only the finest green.
Nothing but the best.
Ambrosia, eh?
Well, she's tall and...
You're joking.
I have, yes.
This I've got to see.
I would if I could, but I doubt.
Me dad's got a boat. And he's fair. It'd be perfect timing and all. He's preparing for a trip beyond the wall as we...
He would. Well, all right then.
He'll be in the storehouse on the other side of the brook.
Bastard things.
You one of the out...
I am. Shula invite.
I am.
She's asked to see my chocobo, but I need your help and your
Or you could just say no. Honestly.
Well, truth be told, I didn't take the idea seriously at first. But I think...
Well, if you're sure that's what you want. The tributary says where to treat you lot still. They don't take, I'll need you to bring us a mimic goat or 2 to keep her calm on the...
And...
Oh, don't ask me. It's been years since I last brought a chocobo across the bay, and I'm told the world...
Well, the man who made Ambrosius tack lived in Martha's Rest, and... So I suppose I'll go and...
I'll be sailing over to Northreach soon to pick up some supplies. While I do that, you collect...
Is everything...
Ah, you're the outsider. And this is Talor, one of my patients. He took ill.
Nothing too serious.
I hope so.
But...
This affliction, it's like nothing I've ever seen before. My most powerful antalgic hasn't done a thing. I'm starting to wonder if his condition might require... Shula said that you were here to help us. You could...
I'd be happy to. If I can.
You can, don't worry. All I need you to do is speak to Talor's son, Pavat, over at the forge, and ask if he knows what his father was up to before he came down. Something must have caused this. The trouble is, Talor's too weak to speak, and I can't... So while you talk to Pavat, I'll pay his wife word a quick visit, just in case...
Right. I do, though not from the forge. Fanit asked me to...
I see.
It's no trouble, really. Tell me.
Not that I know of. But then I hardly see him. He's always out and about, like. Suppose he might have been a bit more...
When you say out and about?
Just round the village. Wanders over to Blazier's place most days. He's a... Maybe he knows some...
Maybe.
Greetings, stranger.
Your name is Blazier, is it not? Pavad tells me you're a friend of his father.
His illness. Talor's never been ill a day in his life.
Oh, Fanny doesn't know either. It was she who asked me to look into his recent behavior on the...
I suppose there was. Did you see anything strange on your way back from the shore? Are you certain? Do you swear? That kind of thing. It was like he was expecting something to happen. It was just a matter of when.
Well, that certainly does. And it might just be what Fanny is looking for.
Don't mention it. Oh, and when you say...
Let's see what the healer makes of this.
Spoke with Word, but she couldn't tell me anything.
Nothing conclusive. Azir, the fisherman, told me that Talor had taken a sudden... He kept asking him if he'd seen anything unusual there on his way back.
The forest? Surely not.
But...
I can't say for sure. But I think Talor's illness might have some connection to the... You may have encountered them during your time here.
And you think they may have caused...
I do. At least in a way, and if I'm right, it's no wonder the treatment... Oh, I know it's a lot to ask, but would you go down into Father's Fell? There's an altar there. And if my fears are true, please, I'll explain everything when you return, but time flows fast. I beg you, make haste.
Very well.
If we pick too many of the flowers, there won't be enough.
My lord, may I... There is a matter with which...
Of course, what is it?
Please.
Something serious?
Yes. I was passing by the low gate when I saw a figure moving among the trees. But the more I think about it...
And you're sure it wasn't?
Positive. I think it was someone from out... Of course, it could just be my imagination playing tricks on me. But if it is who I think it is, would you go and see? He won't try to hurt you, believe me.
Very well. Whether the man you saw is who...
Perhaps. Just
Don't worry.
Thank you.
Yamila, this man you saw, might he be the customer?
A customer?
I'll explain later.
They dropped a DLC 2 days ago. I just saw it this morning. I was like, yeah, I know what I'm doing for a little bit. How's your day been?
A bottle. Breath of the arbor. Perfume from some... Who's there? Stop!
It was free DLC for it too. Not too bad. Been up for a few hours now. Got some shopping done, like.
Don't eat me! I'll give you gut rot, I swear!
Stand back. I'll handle this. Are you all right?
I'm more than all right. I'm saved!
Maybe you should introduce...
Ffxvi! I knew it was you.
I came to see you. Oh, my little canary.
Thank you. First,
Who is he?
Ffxvi, one of many clients from my employment beyond the wall.
One of many clients? We spoke every night of our plans, and then you upped and vanished.
I left you a note, didn't I? I told you I was sorry, but... And I told you not to look for me.
The flame of your love was as a beacon in the night.
Ffxvi.
I was walking by the coast near Northreach when I saw a lady who looked like you. Eyes like the next moment, she and her companions were jumping in a skiff and sailing out towards the wave. So
It must have been Shula bringing us. So what? You rowed, Founder knows how many leagues across the bay.
And as I did, the skies changed from a dark... That was when I knew...
Oh, why did you come? You should have forgotten me. I cannot leave my people, Ffxvi. We must return...
I'm to meet your family.
Please, come... But first, follow me, Ffxvi.
I'm sorry.
He should never have found this place. How could I be so careless?
What's up?
Forgive me.
There's nothing to forgive. You two met at the Vale.
When I worked there, yes. To earn the coin that my people need to survive.
Really?
Though Mysidia is our sanctuary, there are certain necessities.
That's a name I hadn't heard of in a long time.
And for that reason, some of us seek employment.
And so you supported your family?
I did. And I have never regretted it for a moment. I also, but our love could never be. I knew that if I revealed my secret to him, I would be putting my people in danger. But...
Is everything okay?
What happened to him now?
Since our people settled in Mysidia, uninvited visitors have been few and far between, but not unknown. Explorers, survivors of shipwrecks, none lasted long.
I see.
That was before my time, you understand?
I'm sorry.
I've never had to make a decision like this before. Ymila, know that I do not blame you for any of this. It was me. This was my mistake.
Thank you, tributary. I only beg you to remember that...
I will take that into consideration. But yours is not the only voice I must listen to. The whole family must be consulted. And it may take time for me to arrive at my decision.
Of course, tributary. Come what may, I thank you, my lord.
That is a little coincidental at best. I know how trippy that shit can be.
We've got a few rooms going spare now. You want a bed for the night? You speak to Martha.
I remember you. You're the one who saved Whiteheart. How's the...
She's very well.
Oh, don't thank me. Anyway.
I was hoping to perch, and I thought you might be able to...
Oh, reckon I could do better than that. Just so happens.
Really?
Aye, you'd be doing me a favor taking a few off my hand. But just be on the lookout for wild birds, eh?
I will.
Oh, you're very welcome. And in times like these...
We certainly do. To Northridge, then. Wouldn't want to keep Anders' father waiting.
And now I help the garrison today.
Those things didn't fight like men.
Ah, there. And this must be Ambro?
I have the mimic or two.
Thank you kindly. Soon as she's gobbled this up...
We're going to take a little trip across the bay now, Ambrosia. made it.
You didn't all? She is as white as snow.
Brave, too. She was calm as you like on the mimic gourd will have played its part, of course, but passing through the walls enough to spook most birds even then. Not this.
Ambrosia's been through a lot. I doubt there's much.
Not with a beloved master.
No. It's you who looks after me, isn't it, girl?
Anyway, thanks for bringing her here.
And if you and Ambrosia need ferrying back to Northrop...
Thank you. But I think we might...
Also, shirts you're not supposed to be watching. Rex, stop watching spoilers. I cannot help if you spoil yourself more than you already are.
What is it you want? I'd like to see another smith do better.
Okay, that's fair. To be fair, the Chocobo is not DLC related.
Bastard things.
Yeah.
After the fall of our ancestor's mother, Crystal, the moats of water wandered the twins for centuries. It wasn't until the binding of poor Wallius that we put down our roots here. And since that day, we've lived in hope that he might one day be set free, and our great-grandfather's wrongs made right.
The city itself doesn't have a crystal. At least not one that I've come across.
Fly, Ambrosia.
Before, we turned east at the shipwrecks to reach the coast. Now we must head in the opposite direction.
I go in whatever direction I want. I will not confirm or deny anything.
Straight home now.
Also, I love the symbol for petting him. That heart is the same one, or 14 used the same one on the pet bar. I love that.
Well, here's the can.
They could have used the standard heart or whatever, but they used the 16 one specifically. As they should have.
To the riverbank, then.
Yeah, I'd believe that. XP symbol when you finish that mission. To be fair, there's not really an XP symbol per se. So I don't even know what my experience bar is in this one. So that could play a part in that. Yeah.
Who have we here?
It's not that bad.
I'm looking for a man.
Aye, I know him. Takes care of the cans. Wait, you didn't think I was him? What do you want with the lad anyway?
His friend, apparently he ventured out to work on one of these.
Wow.
You're a hunter, yes? You must know the woods.
There's a bridge further down the path. Blasted thing got washed away a few moons, but if I remember rightly, there is an...
Maybe.
Don't mention it. I'll keep...
Let's hope so. Come on. Run like the wind. This must be the bridge the hunter was talking about.
Stay away, damn you!
Hold on! No mistakes. Farewell.
Oh, thank you.
I'm the tributary's guest.
I am? But...
Your friend Katav asked me to look for...
I was so focused on attuning the cairn, I didn't see those
How exactly do they...
Oh, there are crystals inside. They're what keeps the glamour. Should the ether cease to flow through too many of them, our shroud would quickly unravel.
And an important job it is. But you'll struggle to do it if you...
Yeah. The truth is, me and Katav usually work together, watching each other's backs like. But when we heard outsiders were coming, we split up.
So you found him then?
Not before the local fauna did. My arrival seemed to put the...
Mustn't have been. Expect you'll be wanting someone to escort you back to the village then, Nasser.
When you're next in Haven, be sure to come and see us.
If you insist.
thought I'd lost you. But you sort of... Thank you. Nasef told me everything. If... Oh.
What that matters is that you're far be it from me to tell you how to do your jobs, but...
Or if we have to. Maybe we should think about casting the glamour on out. It'd take its toll, of course. But it'd beat letting the cairns fall and having to weave the entire spell from scratch.
I'd rather not. Would only succeed in adding to...
Your bearers.
That we are, thank the tides. The others can't attune to the crystals in the cairns the same way we can.
So, you do this work for the good of your...
We're forced to. No. From what I've heard of the way things work on the outside, we were truly blessed that our reign fell. Our people are few enough as it is. If we started turning on each other, kin against kin, over nothing but a stupid accident of birth, our days would be numbered.
They would.
Anyway, all's well that ends well, eh? Thanks to you, both of us lived to keep this place hidden another day.
What, crowd control? It's either going to be Pokemon Crystal or Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess. Haven't decided which one that I'm going to do, but looks like I got to plan and figure it out when.
Good girl.
Yeah, Twilight Princess is probably the one I was leaning towards. Crystal's great and all, but I kind of... Oh god, I didn't think these things were tapped. But... Oh, they won't anymore. There.
Come on.
It does. That was why it was one of the options. Wind Waker has one too.
Faster. Back to the stables, girl. If there's one thing I know about beastmen, is that they love to hide in the dark.
Really opened up.
What are they up to?
It's an interesting design.
Ritual.
Yeah.
Sorry to disturb you.
Which is fitting for the DLC. I think a PC is a higher priority than a 5. Unless you just find a good deal. In time. Also, the experience symbol there, which chat's hiding it, is actually very similar to some of the symbols that are used in 14.
Let's see what's on this altar then.
I think we should open it on the other one. You say you would never buy a digital one, and that's exactly the one I got. I mean, to be fair, it is hard-lined. Alright, crowd control for Twilight Princess. You got your standard add arrows, bombling, bombs, Deku seeds, health, rubies, water bombs. Yeah. Potions. Force change links form. As long as Midna is available. James Tom. Will temporarily remove items. Empty bottle, downgrade the sword. Explode link. That's probably going to be the closest one. Fill oil. No worries, Nate. Giant link, fat link. Invert controls. Long link. No enemies or NPCs temporarily. I would think so. I don't have that many VIPs. Oh, shit. Reset the game? I don't know if that would start from scratch or just basically just hit the reset button and start from the last save point. I don't think it's a full reset. Because the description on it just says smash the reset button. So I can't imagine it would be a full reset. I think it would just be restart at the last save point. Enemy spawns. Yeah. What it sounds like. Swap buttons. Okay. So it's not too terrible. You might mess around with some of the pricing, I don't know. I have not. I've honestly not really looked mess with Twitch since then. I'll try to work on that tomorrow before the in-laws come over.
A silver chain. I doubt the Tombries made it. This must be what
Get some more emote slots unlocked. That would be fantastic. Yeah. Well, the subs, once you've hit that sub point, even if your subs drop back down to 0, you'll still have those slots unlocked.
I did. This silver chain.
I knew it.
Well, I'm still none the wiser.
Forgive me. This chain. It's a Gregorian Maternoster.
It's a fucking Maternoster.
What's it doing here? And why would the Tombries be praying to it?
To understand that, you need to understand.
Yeah, and I'm currently sitting at
They feed on
5.
hatred and suffering. And some say that if you render them an offering, some token of grievance against your fellow man, they will put a curse upon him.
So you think someone's put a Tombry curse on Talor?
I can't say for sure. Truth be told, I always assumed it was an old wives' tale. But given his fear of the forest and the presence of the chain on the altar...
Does Talor have any enemies in the village?
No, I believe the one who left the chain at the...
I beg your...
But there's more to the tale, you see. It's said that if you attempt to curse a soul that has returned to the sea already, your ire has nowhere to go.
You're saying he cursed himself?
In trying to curse another.
When my father was younger, he was one of the few permitted to venture beyond the wall. He told us that when he journeyed to Sanbreque, he'd wear that chain to disguise his true beliefs.
Did they ever catch him in his deception?
Not that he ever told.
Come now. Let's not waste time speculating about Talor's past. We need to focus on the present, and that means finding a way to break the curse.
All right. If there's anything I can do to help, let me know.
Thank you.
Aye, and thanks for going to all this trouble. Here, it's not much, but I want you to have this. We call it an adder stone. It's a gatherer's charm. Reacts to certain rare minerals we use.
You do.
Makes them ring out like a bell. Stuff you'd have no chance of spotting otherwise. If you find anything, see that you bring it back to me. I can make you some decent gear with it.
Let's see.
I am, thank you. And I'll be sure to pay you a visit. Until then, I wish your father a swift recovery.
Well, it's not so much the free ones. It's usually the tiered ones. So, like, my next unlock progress, if I have 20 subs, I get one more standard emote slot and one more animated emote slot.
Reckon my steel's just as good as any.
Oh, I got more hunts I can do. Okay. That's what it seems like, yeah. Yeah.
Bastard things.
Really? See if it's real through the maelstrom. Run from the heavens. Nice. How did you do? Because I wasn't paying attention. Also, I feel like Ambrosio is kind of an unusual name for a white chocobo. I feel like Ambrosio would be a gold color. Or am I thinking wrong? Fuck. Too early.
Ready, go? Fly, Ambrosia.
Okay, that makes a bit more sense then.
There's a large gate up ahead, and beyond it, a cluster of ancient ruins. The temple, or the Heir of Hours as my people call it, can only be reached by passing through them.
All right.
The forest is crawling with life, most of it hungry, which is why we make sure this gate stays shut.
And why you carry that impressive-looking axe, I presume.
That would be fantastic.
Noticed her, have you?
But at the same time, I'm pretty happy with Torval.
Let's go.
The temple is...
Oh, I'm sure there'll be another one at some point.
Those cliffs aren't the only way to the top.
And hopefully by that point, you'll have already played through this.
Are these the ruins?
Yes. As far as we can tell, they're part of the same complex as the temple
Can't say I
itself.
have.
To think of all the people who must once have lived here. These remind me of home.
You're from the north, then?
Yes. And no.
I see. Do you see that cave up ahead?
No.
Whoever lived here carved a flight of stairs into the stone within.
A way to the top.
And whatever it is that awaits us there.
There. The temple that time forgot.
And the Varys inside.
Yes. You can see the spell's path from the nave.
What is it?
I don't know. It's probably nothing.
Forgive me, but why build the Vare here?
The spell was originally meant to be cast on Drake's Eye, and this was the only place with an unbroken line of sight. The Tonberries like to think these ruins are their own.
And they look none too pleased to see us.
Interesting.
While our numbers dwindle, theirs seem only to increase, as if they were feeding off our suffering.
Oh, hello, big boy. That's a big knife.
Could this be their leader?
You're more than welcome to ask.
Nice try.
He's definitely a healthy bastard. Oh, I don't know where the symbol, the XP symbol reminds me. It's pretty much the fate symbol in 14.
the forest's taught me anything, it's that there's always something worse.
The fuck are you? Alright, I'll care about you.
No mistakes.
Command it.
Is that the nave?
Just inside the dome, yes. But it's It's what's out here that worries me.
This is like a boss fight.
And there I was thinking they'd all migrated south.
The weaker ones did.
The weaker ones. Did you hear that, Sid? What's wrong with its skin?
You don't want to be around to find out. Get back.
I always hate this part.
It'll be over soon enough.
Get ready.
To me, boy. Well done. Nice try. This place. It's frozen. Just like the surge.
Another of my ancestors' sins. Shall we?
I needed that.
The blue veil shows the extent of the spell's reach.
I can feel its ether from here.
Shula, wait. Before we cross the threshold, I'd like to know a little more about how these magics work. I assume we'll be safe from their influence.
We won't grind to a halt, if that's what you mean. The spell only affects the things that were present at the moment it was cast.
You see?
But if we can enter, that means other things can as well.
Like the ones we saw on the way here.
And worse, probably.
Is this Leviathan's doing?
Well, it certainly wasn't ours. When he realized my ancestors were attempting to cast a spell from here, he made to destroy the temple.
And almost did by the looks of it. Tell me there's on bombs.
I could, but they are.
Then why is it so cold in here? hall of worship. There was something similar in my father's keep. The priests would deliver their sermons from the dais.
Your father? Just let us pass.
It's all right. We'll get through this. Last climb, then.
The fair.
By the founder.
Just as I thought.
Jill, does this ether not feel somehow?
Familiar, yes. I sensed it the moment we arrived, though I wasn't sure until now. You can feel it too, can't you, Clive? She's calling us.
You don't mean the witch?
I do. Though she was more than that. Much more. She was a dominant. A dominant who once commanded the icon that now resides in both me and Clive.
Of course. I don't know why I didn't see it. Who else would have the power to freeze time?
None other than Shiva herself. But for her ether to endure after all these years, it's almost as if... As if she shared it with another, just as Torgal shared in my ice.
Shiva's companion. Though something tells me he's not as friendly as ours.
My ancestors never warned us about this.
It wasn't left here for them. I doubt they even knew it existed. Let's try.
Fuckers.
Officially getting onto the computer.
Nice.
And there's already only 12 check-in steps.
So you've been busy.
Yeah. A lot of people checked in early.
Because it would sooner die than fail its mistress.
Which is not a bad thing.
No.
Then it leaves us no choice.
This DLC seems longer than the previous one.
A little bit.
It looks like you're at the final fight, possibly.
Possibly. It's always hard to tell with these games.
Yeah. Still outside of things. Nope.
Have one in chat.
Apple Dragon.
the moment.
We better cut this short.
Okay, now that those children are out of the lobby. I will say, the whole perfect dodge mechanic stuff they've got with this is very fun when we had it in the crossover.
Yeah.
When did this DLC drop?
2 days ago.
2 days ago?
I...
So, right before the end of the crossover event then.
Yeah. And I didn't see or hear anything about it.
Now let's destroy it and put an end to this.
Wait. The spell must be weakened, not undone.
Isn't that what we came here for?
Did you ever stop to wonder what might happen to the tidal surge if I unraveled the whole spell at once? I didn't think so. This is going to require a bit more finesse. From wind and light, water and earth, let the silent palm of mine ice. There's too much ether. Here. Let me help. Let us help. Almost.
Did it work?
I think so. The thread connecting this place to the child should be broken. Meaning Walyas should finally be...
Free once more. Leviathan, our most profaned fragment, its divinity defiled by the hand of man, its spirit shackled by his hubris, till Mythos came, bringing release. Now, let the sins of man be redeemed by the hand of the servant of God.
Damn it.
It's happening, isn't it?
It is.
What is? What's going on?
Precisely what we feared. Leviathan is out of control. Don't despair. This isn't over yet. You should head back to the village and get everyone to higher ground. As for the rest, Ffrivi will handle.
Okay, this, I think, is the actual final fight.
Lovely.
And elementally, I'm at a disadvantage.
Back to grinding
After 80
classes.
years of imprisonment, I'd be angry too. But I can't let it end like this, Warriors. It's time for you to come home. More of your playthings. Nice try.
A little bit more on my chocobo gets more experience.
Chocobo maxed out.
Nope. Not quite there yet.
I would put 16 pretty solid 9.
As we were talking about with Nate the other night, there is no such thing as a perfect game, but some games do get close to it.
Oh yeah. Hell, even Twilight Princess isn't a 10 out of 10.
Oh, no.
But it's still
That
one
is
of the better
definitely-
ones.
Yeah. Honestly, the GameCube era was some of their best stuff.
It really was.
No, not even Kingdom Hearts is perfect.
No, Kingdom Hearts has its own flaws.
As much as I enjoy the games, there's definitely things about them that is not perfect. Can't say I'm surprised.
I actually still need to go beat 3.
Once I actually feel more up for streaming and things, I'm going to get back into doing the Proud Mode run for Kingdom Hearts 1 and moving on to Crit for the others.
The what run?
Proud Mode, the hardest mode in Kingdom Hearts 1, and Crit Mode is the hardest for the rest of them.
I heard you the first time.
Good luck to you.
I was in the first run of Castle Oblivion, or no, Hollow Bastion, or Kingdom Hearts 1 on Proud Mode. I hadn't gotten to the Maleficent boss fight yet.
Yeah, that one's usually the biggest pain.
I will say the whole, you know, not having a Keyblade on Proud Mode. Yes, yes you can. Ah, yeah, a hurricane.
Or spout, but yeah.
Come on then.
And that's kind of how I've been having to do it, other than if I'm streaming 14, which even still causes issues for my laptop, because apparently it likes to crash Discord.
Which part?
You mean about Riley messaging you?
Oh, yeah. Hello, big boy.
Leviathan. Which looks to be basically the exact same model from,
15.
Yeah.
Except, I don't remember 15 having such a pointy,
no, that's
snout.
a model similar to Final Fantasy IV. Hence, you know, the whole Mysidia thing as well.
Yeah.
Which does have me curious on some things, but I will figure that out when I play the game. Because right there, that model of Ifrit's also somewhat similar to the Final Fantasy IV.
I will find all of that out in time.
Yep.
Probably should continue playing 12.
I'll get back to that eventually. I've just had no drive for anything.
This is fine. I got pretty good progress made on the Zodiac weapon in 14 last night, though.
Or the Zodiac Spear?
Yeah. Not the
Or
spear.
you mean
the
14? I thought you were saying 12.
No. Zodiac Spear, I don't think I'll ever be able to get.
Actually, it's not as bad as you would think.
Oh, they
I was
changed
looking
it?
it up because in original there was a way you could get it early, which was just not opening a certain set of chests.
Yeah.
But the way to get it in the Zodiac Age is the 10 espers and then a certain area you go to.
Yeah, okay.
It's
Not that
not
bad.
bad, it's just complicated to get the espers.
Yeah. I'm flying.
Fight. You are definitely out elemental.
A little bit.
And again, because of the crossover 14, I knew that he was able to turn into Ifrit. Because unskippable cutscene.
If you notice, the fire's not particularly big on him.
No.
So, I mean, he's definitely being dampened.
That was a lot of damage right there.
That's fine. But yeah, in 14, I got to the next stage of grinding on it.
Oh, lovely. What stage is this? Like 5, 6?
I think it's 5. No worries. I think I've got I complete this one, and I think I've got 2 more after.
What is? Do you remember the current name of your weapon?
Novus.
Zodiac weapon. I know that each stage has
A unique name, yeah.
So Novus is stage 5, so you have Nexus, Zodiac, and then Zeta.
So 3 more?
You're working on Nexus currently, then.
To get it, yeah.
Yeah, you got 3 more steps.
Yeah. Did you ever, in the animal weapon, where you had to bind the light or whatever to the weapon?
Yeah, I'm still in that one, which is getting into the recondition phase, so I was on hyperconductive.
Okay. That is basically what I'm doing for Zodiac.
The whole thing where you're
Going
allotting
through-
the stat points or whatever.
No, I've allotted the stat points. It's,
That's where I was on Anima, was the stat point.
oh,
allotting.
okay. So you're right before that point then.
Yeah.
Once you do that, you've got to bind the soul to the weapon, basically. Or,
Gotcha.
and to do that, you just do a fuck ton of dungeons and shit. Some dungeons give more points towards the completion. And I figured out a good one to do it with. I don't know for Anima specifically if it would work for Anima, but turn 2, coil 1.
Okay.
It's easy enough that I can solo it in like 10 minutes. Obviously faster with others.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's what I'm going to be
Apparently,
grinding up.
Stormblood and Shadowbringer have armors that you can get as well.
Lovely.
Thank you. I'm looking at the website for all the different weapons.
Mm.
They've got it set for a couple of armor sets, and then there is tools as well. Tools are Shadowbringer and Walker.
Yeah, because the Gatherers didn't really get much love for the game.
No. So what they have for tools, there is Mastercraft, which is the level 50 ones, and then you have Skysteel and Splendor, which is level 80 and level 90.
But yeah, needless to say, I need to grind through the turn, coil 2, turn 1, like 20 to 30 times. Because I need like 2,000 points. And it gives nearly 100.
I gotcha. Got all the pink this liver. Hello.
does it fast.
Tired, Leviathan. Stop this!
If you click on the PSP version of the image for him, when you get a chance to, you'll see it looks similar to that.
Okay.
I said, stop! This has gone on long enough!
Knockback.
Oh, shh. Don't do the timer like that, dude. I can't do that. Fuck. That's just gonna hurt. Oh, that's...
I think that's death. That's the ultimate move of.
Yeah. Okay, so I gotta do that faster. How?
Ooh. Ooh.
Stop this! I'm not here to play!
So you gotta break the shield before he can
Yeah.
unleash tsunami. Probably very precise key presses for all of it.
Well, this is basically just button mashing. But he blows me away 3 or 4 times.
I said, stop! This has gone on long enough!
Is there a way to dodge the blowback?
No.
Okay. Ow. second bow back there.
Five, four. Come on, do that. There we go.
Barely.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Got one came back just in time for the power whip. Because I don't think I could have done it fast enough otherwise. Oh shit. This one dodged that. That was worse than bullet hell, Jesus. Wow.
The fact that Walker's relic weapons are called commander blow weapons.
Yeah. Kind of curious as to the whole story behind that.
I don't know.
Oh, we'll find out when we get there.
Eventually. Still a good ways off.
You're just full of surprises, aren't you? Garuda will be proud.
Flag and hopefully I need to restart my computer after these fights. Damn.
Yeah, at least it started me at the halfway point.
Yeah.
Still, that's the second time I've died to this.
It's very tough.
And even the first DLC didn't give me this trouble. And as long as I don't have to do the bubble again, I'm fine.
Yeah, at least it checkpointed you. a good weekend. Yay.
Baby.
Did you say flying baby? Oh. It's the Avatar.
It's Korra. Because water.
Yeah.
See ya.
It was quite a tantrum.
Clive! Where is he? Well, yes.
He's adorable.
He is now. But did you see him a few moments ago?
Clive, I don't know how to thank you.
It's all right. We should find him a dry blanket, though. Wouldn't want the little monster catching a cold.
There. He's finally asleep.
The poor thing had a long day.
That makes two of us. So, what happens now?
Now? Now, we make things right.
How?
By providing Walyas what he was denied. A place to learn and grow. A family to love and protect him. So that one day, when the wounds in his heart and mind have finally healed, he might decide for himself how he'd like to live the rest of his life. But until then, I'll stay by his side, come what may.
Then he's a lucky boy. And not only because he'll have the best warrior this side of the belt to teach him the battle axe.
She'll do her best.
Shula. The beast that threatened your home is tamed. The empire that threatened your people toppled. Might it not be time to cast off your ancestors' glamour and retake your place in the Twins?
Perhaps. It's not as if we have the crystals to maintain the wall much longer. But are we truly safe? Is the world truly ready to accept us for who we are and what we believe? If I remember rightly, you and yours still choose to remain hidden, do you not?
We do.
Well, your people will always be welcome in Haven, regardless.
As will yours in the hideaway. We're allies now. If there's anything you need from us, supplies, food, equipment, do not hesitate to ask.
It's kind of you to offer. But we'll manage, just as we always have. Besides, I suspect you'll be needing everything at your disposal if you're going to save the world.
I fear much of it is past saving. The best we can do is strive to turn what's left into a world where we can all live as equals.
A noble endeavor. And there'll be a place in this world for us, will there? For Walias.
For everyone. I swear it.
Then we shall be waiting. Until the tides bear you back to shore.
Do you think he'll be all right?
Well, yes. Only time will tell. But I can certainly think of worse places to spend one's childhood. The Moats of Water are a fine people, and they will take good care of him.
Up by the Vare, Ultima spoke to me. He called Leviathan his most profaned fragment, and told me to redeem the sins that had laid him low.
Is that so? The sins of Walias's ancestors were grave indeed. To force him to prime at so tender an age.
And to freeze him in time, that he might never know what it was to live.
Yet I doubt either of those crimes was the source of Ultima's displeasure. It was that the Icon's power had been put to another purpose than the one he intended. To him, Leviathan must have seemed an aberration.
Could that be why Ultima made no attempt to lead me to him? The fear that this profaned fragment might corrupt his vessel somehow.
Perhaps. Or perhaps he simply deemed Leviathan surplus to requirements. Having concluded that his vessel might be made to serve his purposes without the full sum of his power.
His purposes? There's no escaping them. Even here. Hidden away in Mysidia, the blessing of the crystals proved nothing but a prison. A prison into which Walias was born, and from which freedom is hard won. If the world doesn't change, if we don't change it, he'll end up suffering the same fate as every dominant who came before him.
Then we must change it.
That we must.
And we shall.
You wouldn't happen to have some time on your hands, would you, Clive?
Don't tell me.
Not quite. It promises to be quite a hunt.
All right.
A fiendish, cold-blooded beast known as a Ffxvi. Normally, we leave such animals well, but I have an even better reason to want it.
If you'll permit me, tributary.
Certainly, Yemen.
It's been over a week since my sister gave birth. We've tried everything to restore her spirits. Physics. The healers tell me there's only one hope left.
It isn't only Yamila's sister who stands to benefit from this, by the way. There's her baby to think of. And Walia.
I'd be glad to help.
Thank you. Our hunters have no shortage of skill. But this time it won't be achieved through weight of numbers either. The Ffxvi is as wary a foe as it is a deadly one.
Then it is decided. The two of you will go. Well,
Perhaps we might help prepare the...
Come then, Clive. There's a Ffxvi that has claimed the ruins at the foot of the mountain as its hunting ground. But as I say, they are wary creatures. We'll need suitable... The flesh of a forest ibex should...
To the forest.
There's nothing a Ffxvi loves more than a fat haunch of ibex.
My lord.
Certainly.
It's a long story. But before we get to that...
Yes. She said that your aunt...
My great-grandmother suspected as much. And it was she whose duty became to attend her grave.
I see.
Well, until recently, the path to the grave had long been blocked by a fallen tree. But when our woodsman finally found time to move on trying to clear the rest of the path, you see, we discovered that a flock, none of us was a match for them. But you...
Of course.
Thank you, the grave is in a place called Witch...
Why so far?
It was where she lived. So when she passed away, my great-grandmother had a stone erected for...
How thoughtful. Well then.
Just so.
Reckon my steel's just as good as any. Will that do ya? Done. Better than you. Will that do ya? Till next time, then.
My friend, I have news. I think...
Go on.
Well, after listening to I learned that not all Tombries are the same little green menaces we know and loathe. The folktales hold that it's the very eldest of these, the Tombury Kings, who weave the curses.
So if we slay the one that cast the curse...
But that was my thinking, though I doubt it'll be easy. These kings are not just bigger, they're stronger. It is a perilous proposition, in short. Thank you.
So then...
That...
Fanet! You were the one asking about... Because there's a whole bloody army of...
What? But why would they stray so far?
There's only one way to find out.
Right.
Hey, mister! Over here! Please, mister! The village is in danger, and if someone doesn't do...
Stop.
Sorry. When you went up to the heir of our... Well... Lady Shula told us you lot were great warriors. But then, I lost track of you in the woods.
Saw?
A great big, spitting out great spouts of water it was. That was...
Spouts of water?
Well, I did. And I don't ever want to...
All right.
Thanks, it was over by the Swift one that I saw.
Then that's where I'll start my search.
I wouldn't go through those gates for 1000 gil. Not with that thing out there.
Found her. They're almost at the gate. But they won't be coming any closer.
Wi-Fi's gonna be this stupid. It's not even worth playing. 14. Jeez.
Yeah, being really slow.
I've
Well,
literally died 3 times because of lag.
Jesus.
Yeah.
I was worried I was going to lose you both. Talor,
I'm playing as a
No,
healer.
He's hanging on.
Mm.
The Tombury King may have begun the cursing ritual again. I can't imagine their being here as a coincidence. I think it might be happening.
If it is, it
That's
will get back
probably
to
gonna be a no right now.
More of them. Come on then. I crave an audience with your king.
Curious what the Tombury King's gonna look like.
Another group. They don't look very regal. All right. Still no sign of the king. Could Fanad have been wrong? There's dozens of them. The king must be close. But we'll have to take care of his followers first. That's a lot of Tombrays. Nice try. Out here, any? But beastman. Well, I'll be damned.
Actually expecting it a little bit bigger.
It even has a crown.
Oh, yeah, I can
Sorry, Your
teleport.
Majesty,
Lovely.
but your reign ends here. Nice try. It's done. Which means the curse should be broken. Let's see how Talor's doing.
Clive!
It is. I was going to ask if...
You do? Talor!
Thank you, my lord. I can never...
I'm just glad the curse is lifted.
Oh. That... well... you deserve to know. It was years ago now, back in my trading days. The Sons of Greek arrested me in Oriflamme. Shit, I didn't, of course. So eventually they just let me go. And I never told a soul. I couldn't sleep, couldn't eat, couldn't hardly breathe, and I thought that if I gave my old chain to the Tomberries, maybe they could, but it only made it worse.
Oriflamme has fallen. And the men who...
I'd convinced myself that you were like them. That all out, thank you, son.
Clive, there's something I need to tell you. And just like that, his...
What do you mean? The Tombury King I had to contend with dozens.
Then, perhaps one of them, or perhaps, I know, from experience, that many illnesses...
Was there ever really a curse then? For all the difference it makes.
Maybe not. But this much I do know.
Is that... the hunter? Are you all right?
I was
The names of the
tracking an ibex.
weapons on there, and apparently the bow in Zodiac ends up turning into a Yoichi bow, which is one of the strongest ones in most of the early games.
Might this be the culprit? Leave him to her.
Nirvana is the name of Yuna's ultimate staff in Final Fantasy X. Of course, Excalibur for the Paladin. At what point do they have in these? That is not even an animal weapon. Does have one in Stormblood, though, not that one.
Hardly a threat to the village, but... Do you think that was the beast with...
That thing? Not a chance. And the blast of water that hit me was beyond anything.
Oh. A boy from the village.
That's it. Sounded like it came from the...
I'll go. You... What do we have here? Found her. Whatever this creature is, but it's not having ours. Where are you?
Okay.
What's up?
I just saw a big ball of water coming out of the water. And I just had Final Fantasy X flashbacks.
The Spheromorph?
Yeah. That was my initial thought.
Gotcha.
But no.
Thalios is one of the things that I've been fighting for grinding recently.
It's a fluff.
It's
Hello.
What's up?
got the Kroger.
Alice. Door.
Got the Kroger. Got everything I needed. I was on my way out when I saw that they had a collection of body armor drinks, like in the in-between section of the doors.
Mm-hmm.
I had to go back inside because I just bought a cherry lime sugar-free body armor.
Yay, because those are the hard ones to find.
I almost bought every single one that they had, but someone else was like, "Ooh, cherry lime." I was like, "I'll save you some." Like, that's a good
It is one of the best flavors.
It is. So they're currently in the fridge. But how is things?
Gotten through the main quest for the DLC.
Oh,
got his ass kicked a couple of times.
Yeah.
Now, why would you do that?
Because that final fight was a bitch.
Yeah, it's definitely more difficult than the past DLC.
Oh, this is the second DLC, ain't it?
Yep.
Yep.
I forgot about that.
Hell, I didn't hear anything about it.
That's the last of them.
I didn't find out until I was looking through
I knew it was coming
PlayStation.
out, but I thought it was a summer release.
No, at least.
They released it in time for the crossover event ending in 14.
Oh.
Yeah.
Because it just came out 2 days ago.
No. Oh, hey. Cheers?
This is the mineral Pavar was talking about. The one that rings out like a bell.
So how is work today?
Are you done tricks?
I was talking to Trix. My question for you is, how was work today?
I don't know.
He didn't go in.
Really?
It was canceled.
Oh, okay.
I went and did my own shopping and whatnot.
Hungry talk.
Gotcha.
All right.
Trix, that still leaves your question.
Wi-Fi is being a bitch, and he's got 12 more check-ins.
Okay. And he muted, so he was dealing with the guest. Whoops. Ignore me.
Here's our welcoming party.
Videos are pretty fun.
Looks like that's the last of them. This must be it.
My lord, thank you for making the path safe.
Easy.
Yes. Hardly the most fitting tribute for it, but my ancestors had only been here a matter of weeks when she passed. Every day. Yet they spared what they could to grant her wish, that even in death she might continue.
She lived down there then?
That's right. They were once the living quarters for those who served. When the Northern Thanes sent her here to weave her spell, this was where she and her retinue stayed. Of course, they were all gone by the time my ancestors arrived.
All except Isay.
Indeed. At least, that is the story. Some years after Isay's passing, you see, my grandmother came here to tend the grave. She asked of him who he was and whence he had come, but received no answer. So she told him of how her people had met and cared for Isay, and how she had died.
You said he was wearing plate. When we went up to the Air of Hours to unravel the spell, we were set upon by... It manifested in front of the Vare.
You think...
I don't know. All I can say for sure is it was intent.
Or perhaps her spirit. What remained of her ether, preserved in the Vare. Perhaps his spirit too became...
Till we end.
If the shade you fought was Isay's night, then ending it was the greatest gift you could have given. And if his spirit should ever return here to visit her grave, I shall ask his name.
That they might be together.
I might have just found a solution to her overbooking if it works out properly. Guest that just checked in is currently set for 13 days, but they thought they were checking on the 25th, which is the day before our overbooking. So if he gets in contact with the company, they do say, yeah, he's checking on the 25th, then that fixes it.
Nice.
Those won't be friendly.
Which I will be happy for, because then I don't have to worry about walking somebody, because I hate doing that.
Where will we find them?
Further in. These will do nicely. Return to the sea.
We have our bait. What next?
Next, we pay a visit to the Dark Gate to pick some local weed. There should be a sprig or two of local weed growing somewhere around here. Look for the golden leaves.
Is this it?
Aye, that's the stuff. Crush the leaves.
You could have warned me about...
Like corruption, isn't it? We'll have an honor guard of... But it'll stop the Ffxvi from noticing us. Its nose will tell... We can wash it off afterwards. If there's one good thing about the Ffxvi choosing the ruin...
Faster! Where should we lay the bait?
Ffxvis are creatures of habit. Look for some sign of its passing. It's sure to return to the same place sooner or later.
Marking is...
Something was.
Is that beast ringing? Tracks.
You're right. They're barely big enough to belong.
A fresh kill.
But not a Ffxvis.
These look like a predator's tracks.
But not just any claws. We'll lay the bait.
Let's hope off.
Patience, Clive.
Have you stalked these beasts?
Once. Ffxvis are fast, so the job called for a bearer. But even with...
Not many leaders would take such risks.
Says the man who battled an icon to save a boy. It is the way of the moats of water to use what gifts we've been given for the good of all.
It was Sid. He fought for his people and their future with every fibre of his being. In many ways, you remind me of him.
Me? You're confusing daring. Quiet. Something's coming.
There it goes. Bots a bit delayed.
Our guest has finally arrived.
Shall we greet him?
It'd be rude, no? Don't let it escape. forces of nature, all right. O roaring torrent, son of storms, may your spirit run free in the open ocean. This flesh I claim, that you... Well then, let's return.
Tributary.
It did. Here.
Oh, thank you.
If there is anything else that...
No, no.
Just as you have, I only regret that I have nothing to offer you.
It's more than enough.
For what?
For welcoming my friends and I into your midst. For reminding me that the world we strive to create, where bearers can...
I'd hardly call it comfort. Every day is a...
As must we all. I know that you feel it's your duty to do whatever you can. And Wallis has lost enough.
I shall bear that in mind.
That's all I ask. Well.
Thank you.
Bum, 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 bum.
I'm so sorry for all the trouble.
How many times do we have to...
You're back!
So? I did.
Yes!
Only because you warned me of its existence. Not that you should ever have learned of its existence, but...
What was it, anyway?
A manifestation of Leviathan's power. When we visited, though, why one would be wandering the ruins of Riversmeet?
Maybe it was looking for his mum. That's where she died.
The Falls?
Aye. When they took, we go there once a year to pay out.
And Eggy is a part of its master's spirit, would he?
Well, either way...
Aye.
What is it you want? Till next time, then.
It is good to have him back. Oh, the lad wants some...
No.
What has to... If you...
It's not your asking a mind. You see, when a baby is born here, we hold, but I don't know whether Wallius was ever afforded that courtesy. What is abundantly clear, though, is that my ancestors... The problem is, the ceremony requires 3... As tributary, the role of witness would normally fall to me. But...
So you want me to serve...
That's right. A witness must be a trusty guardian, ready to steer the child.
It would...
Thank you.
So, if you will serve as...
I have a younger brother. He should be making ready for the rite as we speak. Though whether he is or...
Please do. If he's anything like...
I'll bid him come to the Witten Hall.
Gladly.
Clive, my brother.
If it isn't my old mate Sid!
You?
So you do remember me, even stripped of my cunning?
You two know each other.
My friends and I crossed paths with your brother on our hunt for the dusk crystals, during which we saved...
3, 4, who's counting? All I know is when Shula mentioned she'd called in Sid the Outlaw to help young Walyas, I mean, having seen you in action back at the...
So the mercenary you met in the Sage Spire, that was Clive. And he saved your life, and a far likelier one at that. Whether they admit it or not. Honestly, Fammy, would it kill you to tell the...
What? How about we save the, recriminations?
Speaking of which...
It's simple, really. We each say a short prayer and a
Nothing too onerous.
Not about the rite itself, no. But one of the witness's responsibilities is to collect the holy water, you see. 3 files for the 3... Don't worry, though. It's not as if you have...
I'd appreciate it.
Samuel, you stay.
Leave it to...
If there's anything Jill and I...
We'd be glad.
Thank you, Paul. All right then, let's get started, shall we? There are 3 types of holy. We take the water of the mountain from the spring, the water of the river from the course that flows through, and the water of the sea from the Here are the files we'll be using. I'm ready to leave when...
Ready, go? Run like the wind.
Stay back! I'm warning you!
Someone's in trouble. Come on.
Help! What help? Nobody's coming to... Help?
We're here to help. Keep its attention on us.
I'll do more than that.
Let's try. anyone hurt?
Oh, Sid! Thank God you saved.
Would you two care to
The chief sent us to fetch in so the Witten Hall smells nice.
You mean to tell me you braved this den of...
You don't have to do everything he said.
Or if you must, at least have the good sense to ask...
We're sorry.
It's fine.
Right, you are.
Oh, and
Remind me to give my brother a cuff round the ear when... Right then. Let's collect this water, shall we? The rain that falls on the mountain.
The source of the river.
Precisely. Take care not...
Good girl. Fly, Ambrosia.
We can collect the water of the river from here.
All right. Be safe.
The water
It
of
has
the
been
river
one of those
represents...
days. Nothing bad, it's just been a day.
It is constantly moving.
Yeah.
Constantly.
Yeah, I feel that.
And though its course may twist and turn or branch into 1,000...
Like time. What of Wallius then? When your
They did. Like an ice-bound pool that didn't thaw for 80... And you and I shall flow with him. For we are all...
I find that thought oddly...
Go on.
A drop of water might seem insignificant on its own. It makes me believe we humans might just...
I believe we... Just one more file to go then.
This won't be easy.
This path leads down to the coast. Usually we keep this gate shut tight. But since this is a special occasion...
Straight home now.
Thank the tides the weather held. If it weren't for the holy water, no...
I'll be sure to watch.
Water flows to the sea, then rises into the clouds. Just like life, the end is not the end, only a new beginning. My ancestors chose this place because it was where the first boat landed.
And it's a good thing they didn't land closer to the surge.
Quite.
water of the sea. I still can't help but be awed by it.
Oh? All that wave ever made me feel was pity and sorrow for the innocent life trapped inside it. The child my great-grandfather sacrificed to try to change his people. It was wrong. But I often wonder, will my descendants ever forgive me for... And though I've always striven to do what's best for my people, here we live in poverty, hidden away from the world. So...
No. You would not forcibly sacrifice one of your people to save the others. We share in their woes, just as we share in their joys.
Aye, and try I shall, to bring all of my people, Walyas included.
Then I wish you luck.
Then we must start as we mean to go on, and give him the
Where to next, then?
Back to the village, to find out if my brother has made the...
We have the holy water.
All ready to go.
Then let us speak, Famiel. Have your men summon every...
Right you are.
Shula, wait.
Don't worry. There aren't many of them. We'll have... My friends, we are gathered here today to welcome this child into our community by the rite of immersion, as has been our custom since the first reign. As tributary, I would normally perform the rite with the child's parents, but Walyas's mother and father returned to the sea long ago. So I and my brother Famiel shall serve as his family, while the one who returned him to us shall bear witness in my stead. Clive, if you would step forward.
Like the rain that falls on the mountains tall, are we born.
Like the river that flows through the valleys below, do we live.
Like the boundless sea, where the currents run free, do we die, and to the clouds then rise again.
The circle of water is the circle of life, and today from the heavens falls rain anew. This child, Walyas, now joins our stream, and he shall flow with us from the mountains to the sea. You played your part to a T, Clive. Thank you. It means a lot to us.
I was honored to be asked. And terrified I'd miss.
Now that you're part of the family, young Walyas, my lad. Uncle Samuel can teach you the ways of the world.
Oh no, he can't.
Eh?
Don't be so hasty. Your brother's knack for self-preservation might serve him well.
Ha! You are never going to let me live that down, are you?
I'm gonna raise Walyas as if he were my own. Teach him everything I know about life, our people, and our past. But with all the mother crystals gone, he will grow up in a world without comforts. One where we only have ourselves and each other to rely on.
I'd say your people are better prepared than most to survive in such a world, Shula. To thrive, indeed, under your guidance.
Only if nature continues to smile on us. If we were to lose her gifts, we'd be left with nothing at all.
Yes. But it needn't come to that. Not if we can stop the spread of the Blight. So long as we can save a single
Not me
patch
over
of
here
soil,
considering ordering anything from
we can
Tacos
plant the
versus
seeds for a
Sushi
new world.
to give me a reason to test the car out.
One where we can all be free.
This is fine.
Perhaps then
But I'm a little
we might
hesitant to
finally
drive it
be able
anywhere
to step out from behind
too
our
much right now.
curtain, eh?
So take it for a
Till that
spin.
day comes. I wish you good tide.
Thank you. We should be on our way.
Well, you be careful out there.
Aye, you steer clear of trouble now.
Likewise.
To think, we must be the first outsiders to have witnessed that rite in over a century.
Walyas has been waiting for it for nearly as long. He seemed pleased to be finally rejoining the family.
Now all we have to do is save that family. To change our river's course.
What is it you want? A good tide to you.
When you've decided what you want, just let me know. Well, if you're sure you need it. May it serve you well. Well, if you're sure you need it. Then I bid you good tide.
Yeah, that's the DLC. About 4.5 hours.
You're done with it?
I can go farm up material for the final crafting stuff, but yeah, all the story, all the quests is done. It lasted a solid hour and a
Longer than the
half.
previous one.
Yeah.
4.5 hours. It's not bad.
No, for free DLC, no. Definitely longer than the first one though.
Oh, was it?
Oh yeah.
I don't remember.
I was done with the first one in like 2.5 hours.
Oh, jeez.